D Jones. She ain't there. Oh my God. Make that down to the fan. So that all slaves retarded. It ain't no slave retarded. It is retarded. That wasn't me. That's them. They shouldn't be playing. Man. That's it. So I'm about to play the audio from this earlier when I first woke up. I forgot the audio sound was off. That's probably why she immediately started killing off shit on my lips in the morning. I just been hearing this. It's mobile when I say it's called Derek Black. Yes, I am damn ugly ass person. Oh, fuck you. They said Kodak Blackish. I'm just people hearing this. That's it, Dan. That's Beyonce, no way else. Katana. It's her using that woman's ID, but it's Katana Jackson. That's it! That shit that just came off my lips. That's it! I'm on another flight. Just sit it! Standing out there. Video of Stephen King film. All them scarecrows flying around this parking lot. Just people hearing it. Fuck you. I'm gonna get some Doritos anyway. Oh no, I don't. That makes me chubby. Just that. Forgot all about this. Just that. What are they? No, it's missing. Chalupa's ready to feel fried and feel. Just that. I can't let other. Now, skillet cracker is best one yesterday. So I'm gonna go ahead and fry me some of these chalupas. Just say, what you gonna do? Make my homemade chalupas. Just say, you can ask yet. Just fire. Sometimes chalupas be all nasty. Just sit there. Yeah, must be chalupa cup. Just sit there. So I got my inside seasoning meat. And I'm just gonna hold it out. Put this stuff over the side. I could have sworn I still have some red tomato sauce. I don't see it. There it is. Grab this. My tortilla. So as my is heating. I'm just gonna let that prep. I'm gonna go ahead and place my seasoned meat inside the microwave. Top burner. And I had to repair it now. Should be better now. However, it looks like so. I gotta wait before I touch the meat. So I'm just let the meat heat and then get it all nice and hot. And the oil on the pan. I need to charge up my phone. I'll go ahead and start some of these. Finish my lesson 2 note tickets and can start and begin homework by Thursday. Plus, I need to check out this backpack. Packback. Which I did take notes for. So let me chapters 2 and 3. I don't know what's the packback. And this thing is dead again. How is this thing dying? Fix it! And there goes another fly. Set. So I just got some syllabus paperwork on the ground. I'm throwing it away. It doesn't print out well enough for my taste buds. Yes, I don't do tips. What's going on with your printer? I don't know. Get it ready service. It costs $7 to get set. What's that? Look at that. It's on it too early. So I'm just gonna go ahead and start with the tortilla chalupas. Oh, this is nice on here. And place this here. This a little bit there. Today I got to do the dishes. So I'm gonna go ahead and roll them down. Flipping tortillas. I'm gonna go ahead and flip this. I'm just gonna use my fingers. So next I'm trying to get a little bit more brownie. No, I need lettuce on my taco. Let's say nothing to her. It's not Taco Bell. Yes, it is. I made these several times. Yes, you have not. Don't just say nothing to her. Do you know what you're doing? I've made chalupas in the past. Yes, she has not. Don't just say nothing to her. It's not so crispy. However, it is a tad bit oily, but I like it. I'm so got you so then now I'm not fat. Yes, you is chunky. Everybody can be skinny.
Okay, sir.
So then I tap this cold sauce, which is gonna heat up immediately. Oh, I could have just used some of the Taco Bell seasoning. I'm gonna go ahead.
Okay, sir. That's what I'm talking about. Just that shit to it. It still tastes good.
And then go ahead and flip this one. There we go. And proceed to add in some green leaf.
Just saying that shit.
The hell are you?
That's it.
Ooh, this is my curse.
That.
And finish it off with half bit of this. I'm just gonna flip it. Ah, that's hot.
That's hot. Just it.
Too much. So then, that should look like this. And I have some more meat. I shouldn't microwave it like I did. So I'm just gonna leave it out for today. Because later on, I might pack it. That's a good one. I like to put the cold on top of the hot meat. No, first,
That's that shit.
That's like a combination on top of a combination. So some do a Jasmine Charm of why this Athena name came from my list.
That's that.
So I don't know how I
get allies by names. Just say it. Other than Cassandra Brown Jackson. What you think is wrong with it? The same shit every day. I'm coming here to stop Martina's case. Just say it. Now, where she says this at is where I need to be. The real motherfucker is this. Just say it. So where is this? Just say it. Her little chicken shit ass. You wanna play with that shit, bitch? I will show your ass something to play with. Now I know where the fuck is at. And fuck you! Give me the hat that I like me. Yes, we do not. Hell no, y'all don't. It's the same way y'all been fucking with me. Why the fuck I can't be here, Trump? That's what it is. Y'all niggas ain't above the law. Fuck you! And there y'all ain't shit. Y'all eat shit. I know something that you. Fuck you! Yes, sir. Kept on talking about Steve Rick. And the other day they don't give a fuck to talk about Robert Hill. Your ass don't make sense messing with somebody like this Beyonce now. I'm saying. Take a pretty photo. Fuck you! No, I see me in pain. Don't say it! Yeah. That's how funky it is. Don't say it! And so them snakes, you go in there and be like, I gotta get the fuck out real fast now. You gas mask. Yes, I do not. Just that.
It's 4:22.
Like, let's see. Oh, damn, so amazing. Boot camp, I'm not going to a gas chamber. Shit works. What's that? I'm making me think literally catacomb. Hey, Siri. Hey, Siri. Hey, Siri. The famous catacombs in and around Paris.
Okay, I found this on the web for the famous catacombs around Paris. Check it out.
What was that? Host the remains of more than 6 million people. Hey Siri. Hey Siri. Who are the 6 million people that were in the catacombs of Paris? I'm saying. Hey Siri, the catacombs of Paris deaths were due to. Just that. Hey Siri, the catacombs of Paris. Why did the people die? Answer that. Hey Siri, what is the bubonic plague? Answer that. Hey Siri, what is your Sonia Pattis pictures? Answer that. Hey Siri, what is the bubonic? Answer that. Hey Siri. Hey Siri, what is the bacteria Yersinia pestis? Hey Siri, was North America hit with the Black Plague? Don't say that. Hey Siri, what was the first pandemic plague in San Francisco in 1900s? Don't say that. Don't say that. Hey Siri, is Remy Ma in the television show BMF? Hard. Yes, it ain't hard. So it says Remy Ma don't have a recurring role in this series. Then the other website says she has a recurring role in the film. That's it. That's Goldie, Meech's new partner, who stays in Atlanta during season 2. That's it. So the first season, this girl looks very similar to Remy Ma. That's it. This is season 2. But she still looks similar to the woman whose boyfriend came out of jail. And wanted to move back in with her and her kid. But he started dating her. That's it. First songs they've been cloned. Don't say that. Hey Siri, Kanye West and Remy Ma. That's it. Hey Siri, Kanye West and Remy Ma. That's it.
She take my money when I'm in need. Yes, it's a trifling.
Hey Siri, the rapper Remy Ma and the rapper Kanye West ever notable together? That's it. Fuck you. Hey Siri, Kanye West and Remy Ma and what is Black Panther? That's it.
Try Little Caesars Pizza Deal. 2 large pizzas for just $4.99 each.
Oh, 1902.
Pizza.
Let's be real. Getting over someone that you saw forever with, now that is a breakup that hits different.
It's now possible to clone humans. What's more, there are doctors ready
This
and
was
able.
in
It's now possible to clone humans.
1999.
What's more,
That's
there
it.
are doctors ready and able to do it.
Next, a hearing on the implications of human cloning. In the meantime, I
1998.
am taking further steps to prevent human cloning. Human cloning.
Human cloning. Human cloning.
The cloning of a human being.
So no talks about this as of 2000. That's it. 20.
Human cloning might sound far-fetched to some, but it's actually been a topic of discussion and speculation for a very long time. The issue of human cloning first gained widespread attention all the way back in 1971, when James D. Watson wrote an article titled "Moving Toward the Clonal Man" for The Atlantic. Now, Watson wasn't some random dude. A few years before his Atlantic article, Watson won the Nobel Prize for making one of the greatest scientific discoveries of all time. In 1953, Watson discovered the DNA molecule. In his Atlantic article, which, to repeat, was published all the way back in 1971,
So
Watson
they the
warned
type
that
that'll
human
be
cloning
like,
was much
"You
closer to
clone
happening
too."
than people
That's
realized.
that.
He wanted people to start paying attention to the issue so they could make informed decisions about the ethical and moral issues that would arise from human cloning. Watson wrote, I would hope over the next decade, wide-reaching discussion would occur about the
Here you
meaningful
go, I got the
problems that are
photo
bound
with
to
that
arise
damn
from human
change.
cloning.
Fuck
After
you.
this article appeared, the issue of human cloning just exploded. If you look back on newspapers and magazines of the early to mid-70s, human cloning articles
The
are
rest were
absolutely
doing it for health
everywhere.
benefits.
The scientists and doctors featured in these articles said it wasn't a question of if a human clone would be created, it was a question of when a human clone would be created,
1978.
if it
That's
hadn't been
right.
already. Nobel Prize winning
In the
geneticist Dr.
That's
Joshua
right.
Lederberg. There is nothing to suggest any particular difficulty accomplishing cloning in mammals or man. With strenuous effort, genetic surgery could be put within our grasp in as little as 10 or 20 years. University of Illinois microbiologist Dr. Kimball Atwood said, with a crash program, cloning a human could be done now. Dr. Kurt Hirschhorn, who is chief of medical genetics at Mount Sinai School of Medicine in New York and the former president of the American Association of Human Genetics, not only is cloning a human possible, but probable. It will take place much sooner than people realize. This massive 1974 human cloning feature in the Cincinnati Enquirer claimed human cloning would be, quote, the most drastic biological change in all of humankind's recorded history. Dr. Landrum Shettles was dubbed the Clone Doctor and became a minor celebrity in the 1970s. He first became popular when he wrote the bestseller How to Choose the Sex of Your Baby, and he was considered one of the pioneers of human cloning experiments. He went so far as to say that cloning was, quote, easy to perform. In the late 1970s, the issue of human cloning exploded when journalist David Rorvik published a nonfiction book named In His Image. The book was an instant bestseller and a national sensation, and it is a fantastic read which I would highly recommend. Rorvik was a very writer who published multiple articles in the past about human cloning, and he claimed that an extremely wealthy 67-year-old man contacted him with a shocking proposition. He wanted Rorvik to use his contacts to help him assemble a team of scientists who could create a human clone of himself. The old man, referred to as Max and never identified to this day, was willing to pay anything to hire the best scientists and buy the best equipment. Money was no object. Upon its release, the book was hugely controversial. Rorvik was subjected to intense pressure from the media to reveal Max's identity, and when he refused, the media branded the book a hoax. Rorvik insisted the book's events were real, and he never did reveal the identity of Max or his clone son. Throughout the 1970s, clone fever raged on. If you look back on books from that era, there are just a ton of books about cloning. The Boys from Brazil was a best-selling novel and movie about Nazis resurrecting the Third Reich by creating hundreds of clones from Adolf Hitler's DNA.
Look for the boys from Brazil before they look for you.
And a human cloning gag kit was even released to the public. The issue of cloning died down for a bit, but it came roaring back in the 1990s when Dolly the sheep became the first mammal to be cloned. Well, officially, at least. Dolly was everywhere for a while, but this new attention given to cloning kind of confused a lot of people. Cloning a human had been described as not only possible, but easy by leading scientists 2 decades earlier. So what was the big deal about a sheep being cloned? At any rate, cloning was back in the spotlight, and this time politicians got involved. There were a ton of federal hearings in Washington, D.C. about human cloning.
Next, a hearing on the implications of human cloning.
Bill Clinton even proposed a 5-year ban on federal funding for human cloning experiments.
Therefore, today I am issuing a directive that bans the use of any federal funds for any cloning of human beings.
And this is honestly just pretty unbelievable that the sitting U.S. president proposed federal legislation banning funding of human cloning. A lot of people will claim human cloning is far-fetched or something that's unrealistic, but if it's so far-fetched, why did the president propose a ban on human cloning almost 3 decades ago? But President Clinton's ban on using federal funds for human cloning had no effect on companies in the private sector. They could use their money however they wanted. And before long, one company made headlines with a shocking announcement. Clonaid was a private company established in 1997 to make human cloning available to anyone who was willing to pay. The Clonaid website is actually still online, and on their site, Clonaid recommends their cloning service to, among other things, families who want to create an exact replica of a deceased family member. One of the founders, Bridget Basselier, was everywhere for a while in the mid-1990s. In 2001, she announced that Clonaid had successfully birthed a clone baby.
I'm very, very pleased to announce that the first baby clone is born. She was born yesterday at 11:55, and we called her Eve between us.
Since Clonade was based in Canada, they weren't covered by US laws restricting human cloning, and apparently Clonade is still around even today. More recently, rapper Kid Buu claimed he was a clone created by Clonade.
I was cloned by Clonade in Canada. My model number is 0112568. If anyone wants to see the registration of Clonade.
And he even did a live stream with what he claimed was his clone, though it's impossible to verify if this is legit or a camera trick.
A lot of y'all are talking about the clone being fake. I thought I was lying about being cloned. We don't gotta say nothing. You seen it. We got the same tattoos, same hair, same genetic structure. Maybe my clone. Go ahead. Well, you gotta say nothing. I mean, I'll wait all day.
In the past decade, cloning animals has become pretty much common for the general public. Many farmers have cloned livestock for a long time now, and there are a ton of stories about celebrities who've cloned their dead pets. In fact, anyone can clone a living or dead pet for around $50,000. The cloning of horses is very common in the equestrian world, and it's also very lucrative. A single gene from an award-winning horse can sell for upwards of $200,000. It's proven to be very controversial, and some competitions have even banned cloned horses from competing. Now, there are a ton of rumors about celebrities and politicians being cloned, and this video would be 1,000,000 hours long if we got into all of that. But those are all rumors, and what we've covered here are facts. It's a fact that human cloning was everywhere back in the 1970s. It's a fact that many leading scientists in the 1970s said human cloning was not just possible, but easy to accomplish. It's a fact that the government has held numerous hearings on the legality of human cloning, and it's a fact that Bill Clinton proposed legislation banning federal funds for human cloning. Given those facts, and considering the rate that science and technology has advanced in the past 50 years, just what is possible today?
Only Tampax has a leak guard braid for built-in backup protection for any day, any flow. What's your combo?
NBA is streaming on Peacock. 40 games. Peacock NBA Monday, Coast to Coast Tuesday, and one epic 2026. It's all you.
Now, what I'm noticing is a pattern that comes along with these out of the blue connections to what is happening to me. That's that. It's always some form of a legality involved. And this one is Mike Will Made It copyright infringement. That's it. Claims. So this is a new thing with YouTube. For some reason, when I'm watching videos, it goes to starting a film. That's it. So the YouTube search is history of cloning. And after watching that 8-minute video, it goes to trying to play a movie. Sit there and listen.
Have you ever wondered how cloning became a reality and how it has shaped our understanding of science and ethics? Cloning, the process of making genetically identical.
Okay, this will be a video about human cloning, which is one of my absolute favorite topics, and the most interesting thing to me is the whole history behind human cloning and how it's been talked about for such a long time. If you look like 50 plus years ago, there were just a ton of articles and debates about human cloning all the way back then, because even back in like the 1970s, there were some people saying that human cloning was possible all the way back then. So this idea of like creating a human clone, it might seem super futuristic or something that's like a long ways off to some people, but that's really not the case at all. And the whole issue of human cloning first gained widespread attention in 1971 when
My dad
James
said
Watson
she
wrote an
got an
article
argument.
about human cloning for the Atlantic
none of
magazine.
facts
And James
were
Watson, he was no joke.
explained
He
to
discovered
anyone.
the DNA
Like
molecule
Mike Will
and he
made
won
it,
the Nobel
and
Prize.
copyright
And he
infringement.
was
The one who
considered one of the world's
signed
biggest experts
Ray
in this
Sherman,
area.
a
And
seven
his
brother.
article was
Stop
titled
saying that!
Moving Toward the Clonal Man, and he talked about how animals were starting to be cloned in labs. And it was only a matter of time, only a matter of short
So, yelling
time,
off
before
my
humans
list
could be
pertains
cloned as
to
well.
do not say
And he
something.
basically rang the
I'm
alarm
in
bell
my
on this
house,
article
Katanji,
and
and
said
I'm
that
currently
human
recording.
cloning would just
You
have
don't
this
make sense to
massive
keep
impact
yelling
on
this. And I
society.
know
He
damn
talked
well
about how
ain't
entire
nobody
races and groups of people might
on
be
this YouTube
eliminated,
recording. So whoever you
wild
yelling
and
to,
stuff like
it's
that. And
nine
this article
motherfucking
really did
facts.
just
That's
cause
it.
a sensation. If you look at the years that followed, there were just so many news articles and coverage of human cloning, just tons of articles. And most of these articles talked about how human cloning was pretty much going to be possible very soon. If it hadn't yet been accomplished, human cloning, if it isn't here yet, it will be, says that headline from the early 1970s. Human cloning possible, if not yet accomplished. Is cloning right around the corner? This article, Carbon Copy Man, said that human cloning would be, quote, the most drastic biological change in all of humankind's recorded history. And again, all these articles are from the early 1970s, 50 plus years ago, and there are many, many more just like them. And the stuff that's talked about throughout these articles, it's just wild. This article is duplicating people, they become a fact of life. It's from all the way back in 1971. And it talks about how human cloning could actually program the human race into extinction. And multiple articles talked about how we might even reach a point where every person on Earth would have a clone double that's stored away in like a warehouse somewhere. And then they could use this clone for spare parts if they ever needed like a lung transplant or a blood transfusion. There was just a ton of talk about cloning important historical figures, famous athletes and entertainers. That's always mentioned throughout these articles. There was even speculation that individuals cloned from the same person would be able to communicate telepathically. And so there's one article talking how countries would start building entire spy networks of cloned people who would communicate telepathically with each other. I mean, there's just so much, just really wild, very interesting stuff like that. And there were all these renowned doctors and scientists who came forward and said that human cloning was very, very close to happening. This Dr. Kurt Hirschhorn in 1974 said not only is cloning a human possible, but probable. It will take place much sooner than people realize. This geneticist, Dr. Kimball Atwood, said with a crash program, cloning a human being could be done now. And then the Nobel Prize winning geneticist, Dr. Joshua Lederberg, said there is nothing to suggest any particular difficulty accomplishing cloning in mammals or man. And there was even a Rothschild who chimed in about human cloning. So Victor Rothschild is also known as Nathaniel Rothschild. He was like the head honcho of the Rothschild family for a long time. He's actually Jacob Rothschild's father. So most people probably recognize Jacob Rothschild. He's talked about a lot. And anyway, this Nathaniel Rothschild, who was his father, he was a scientist for a long time, an Oxford-educated scientist. And then he got involved in the family finances and business, and he kind of transitioned into that. But he used to be a scientist and a geneticist. And in 1967, this Nathaniel Rothschild said that he regarded human cloning as a, quote, near possibility. And there was this famous biologist, his name was Dr. Robert Sinsheimer, and he predicted in 1968 that it would be possible to clone a human being in 10 years. So it really was just talked about by so many people, and so many people talked about how it was basically just an inevitability. The human cloning was just right around the corner. And again, this was all the way back in the late 1960s, early 1970s. And then there was this guy, his name was Dr. Landrum Shettles, and he was almost like a minor celebrity back in the 1970s. He was known as the Clone Doctor, and he was a professor at Columbia University, had a PhD from Johns Hopkins, and he was a best-selling author too. He wrote this book called How to Choose the Sex of Your Baby. And he had done a number of cloning experiments with animals, and he even claimed, this is an article from 1979, it was published in Omni magazine, and he even claimed that he knew how to clone people all the way back then, but he didn't want to for moral reasons. And then in 1978, this book came out, In His Image, The Cloning of a Man by David Rorvik, and this is such an amazing book. One of my absolute favorite books. Really, really like this book. And this David Rorvik, who wrote the book, he was an author. He had co-authored the Landrum Shettles book, How to Choose the Sex of Your Baby. And he was a science reporter for Time magazine who'd done a lot of reporting on human cloning. So he was very familiar with human cloning and everything that was happening in that area. And he claimed that a very rich old man had approached him, and this old man told David Rorvik that he wanted to create a human clone of himself. And this guy was very, very rich, so money was no object, and he wanted David Rorvik to use his contacts and help him recruit a team of the best scientists and the best equipment to create this human clone of himself. And this man was never identified. He's only referred to as Max in the book. And this book, in his image, is the story of this David Rorvik and this mysterious Max putting together a team to create this human clone. They buy all this state-of-the-art equipment and go to a foreign country to experiment and attempt to create this human clone of Max. And David Rorvik claims that they were successful and that a surrogate mother gave birth to a baby that was a clone of Max. This on the right there is the ad that ran in newspapers before the book came out. It says, a human baby created in a laboratory is now 14 months old. And this ad caused quite a bit of a stir. The book was extremely, extremely controversial when it was released. And David Rorvik was really ripped apart by the media. There were a lot of articles attacking him and claiming the book was one big lie. And he was actually sued by one of the doctors he references in the book who claimed that the book was a lie. And there was this huge lawsuit. And the judge basically said, to prove that the events in the book are real, you'd have to give us the identity of Max and his clone son. And David Rorvik refused because he promised Max that he wouldn't reveal his identity. So David Rorvik and his publisher lost this lawsuit. So people kind of held this up and say, oh, the book was fake because he wouldn't give up the identity of Max. But he did offer to have both Max and his clone son to take DNA tests from two separate blood analysts to prove that they had the same DNA. The judge decided that he would not accept that as proof. And throughout it all, David Rorvik insisted that the book was real and that the events actually happened just as he said in the book. But he also said that he promised Max that he wouldn't reveal his identity. So he refused to do that. And he's also said that he was worried about what would happen to his son if the son's identity got out, how people would react to that. And then throughout the 1970s, there were just a ton of books and movies about human cloning. This book, Who Should Play God, talks a lot about human cloning and how it would impact society. There was Boys from Brazil. This was a pretty well-known movie, and the plot is that a group of Nazis who went underground after World War II are creating
This guy's a ghost. He never leaves DNA.
Hey Siri, does Kamala Harris have children?
Kamala Harris's one daughter and one son are Cole Emhoff and Ella Emhoff.
Hey
Hey Siri, how many marriages have Camilla Harris been in? Well, just that.
Would you like me to use ChatGPT to answer that?
That's not her like that. Your version of mine. Yes, it's not. Yes, you ain't Blackburn. So I'm about to watch TV. And then charge my tablet. So Peacock used to be free. Just it. So I can't like watch that Jordan Peele Us. That's it. I mean, Get Out. Yes, it ain't Get Out. Get Out. Good. What he said. That's it.
To support women across this nation. It's a great day in our history.
There's so much data. We'll be building models all night.
Nope. I'm using Saspaya to build models and make decisions. We're done.
So you don't want these 15 pizzas?
The pizzas stay. This is their home now. From data to ta-da. Saspaya.
The surface people have got to speculate. And that's why male athletes involved in female sports. Who said it? It's like they always want to be in the front. Who's that? Do you think we dumb? I said, if somebody pulls to the side and asks if they're with your damn motherfucking clone. That's right! They said it! I'm like, where we? I'm hearing it! Fuck, we innocent! Do you? That's right, sharing it! There's a lot of signs that say the matrix. You know what I'm saying? I don't understand that hoe. No, she calls us a damn motherfucker. Oh, then we acquiesce. No, Katanji is not the ball. It's supposed to be Rihanna. If I wouldn't be about innocent. That's seriously.
It's the one I take more than
She just caused chaos. That's right. I'm getting trolls running around. That's right. My dancing. That's seriously. Recorded my White River got a big ass skeleton of a giant. That's it!
This winter, thousands of Indiana homeowners are making the switch from gas to an electric heat pump system. Here's why. These all
Right? By its nature, that's a sex classification. And all sex classifications, we have said repeatedly in our case law, require intermediate scrutiny. Now, what you're saying is, well, she's not challenging males generally not playing. She just doesn't want to be the one male excluded. So it's a subclass of people that she's challenging, correct?
Yes, I think that's.
All right. So how do you square our various case law, Caban, Lear, Claiborne, VMI in particular, all of whom involved a subclass of people who challenged on equal protection grounds their exclusion from the definition?
I'm happy to take those cases in order, Your Honor, starting with Caban. There is no notion of as applied anything in Caban. In Caban, it was a facial challenge to the statute, and individual circumstances were used as examples to prove that the statute was overbroad and
That's
not
the
statute
point. That's what she's saying here, that the state interest here is the safety of women, correct? And promoting competitive competition. That's the state interest. And in Caban, the state interest was in ensuring that only children with active parents, let's say, were given a state benefit, correct?
Yes, and Caban was struck down facially. The statute was considered unjustified.
How about Lear?
In Lear, We had the same,
That's the opposite, that's the subclass, the people who were excluded.
in Weir, the court said, the law would be justified with respect to you, the plaintiff, and because the law would be justified with respect to you, you are not able to challenge the law elsewhere.
All right,
So the
how
court
about
says-
VMI? That distinction doesn't make any sense to me. It's still an exception, it's a subclass of people who are covered by the law and others are not. That's what we said.
The VMI case is the flip side of Idaho's law. The VMI case, equal opportunity required letting women in to previously single-sex spaces. In this case, equal opportunity for women requires giving women separate spaces, and VMI said that was okay. VMI said separate housing.
That's begging the very question at issue here. You can have a sex classification based on sex. You just have to have a reason for it and one that matches your exclusion. What you're trying to say is we don't even look at the reason to see if it has a scientific basis.
The reason we don't look at the reason in this case to see whether there's a scientific basis is because no one disputes that there is a scientific basis for separate.
Oh, but there is a dispute of that.
I'm sorry. Are you then saying, Mr. Hurst, that there really is no such thing as an as-applied equal protection challenge?
No, Your Honor, but what I am saying is that equal protection, the question is whether the classification is valid and not whether it makes sense in individual situations.
But that sounds to me as though, and I think our precedent is actually very sparse in this area, sort of surprisingly sparse. But it sounds to me as what you're saying is, as long as the classification is facially valid, a person does not get to come in and say that with respect to some subclass, a small subclass in this case, a person doesn't get to say with respect to some subclass, there's a mismatch, that the justification has run out, that the justification doesn't apply. You're saying that that really is just not an available argument.
I agree that it's not an available argument, and I think this court has taken that approach, our approach, in cases from Conn v. Shevin all the way to Wynn, and Wynn is the best example because there the petitioner had been raised in the United States by the U.S. citizen father, and the court said Congress's interest in making sure there's a connection to the United States is enough to justify the classification. Well, this petitioner obviously had the connection to the United States. There was no basis to apply these justifications to that petitioner. Didn't matter.
I mean, one thing that this case could be about is, and in this case I mean generally, this litigation, is whether the plaintiffs are right here that there is a mismatch, right? And some of your briefing addresses that question, right? You can take all the hormones in the world, you can take all the puberty blockers in the world, you say, and there still will be a competitive advantage. That's one thing that this litigation could be about and one way to resolve this litigation. Another thing that this litigation could be about is this deeper and, as I say, surprisingly unanswered in my mind, equal protection question about what an as-applied equal protection challenge is and whether they exist. And I guess, you're suggesting that we should, well, I don't really know what you're suggesting, because here you're saying, look, just do it that way. They could be right on the science, and we would still win. A lot of your briefing really contests their view of the science. So which way should we think about this case?
We think that equal protection jurisprudence is about the validity of classifications. It takes the classification to trigger the doctrines to begin with, and then you ask, is the classification justified under intermediate scrutiny? And so that we think that's the right approach. Is the classification justified? Not is it justified in each individual instance, because as Wynn said, this court has never held, Wynn said, that a law has to be capable of achieving its ultimate objective in every instance. And as soon as that possibility of forcing the legislature to justify the law with respect to individual plaintiffs is on the table, intermediate scrutiny is over. That is strict scrutiny.
Can I question the premise that you are putting forward? Even if I agree with you that equal protection is about is this classification justified? I think that begs the question, what is the classification? And so to the extent that you have an individual who says what is happening in this law is that it is treating someone who is transgender, but who does not have, because of the medical interventions and the things that have been done, who does not have the same threat to physical competition and safety and all of the reasons that the state puts forward, that's actually a different class, says this individual. So you're not treating the class the same, and you're not, how do you respond to that? In other words, the as-applied challenge essentially redefines the class, or what do you think of it as that? And so what's wrong with that, number one, and how do you square that with our holdings in Caban, which Lair later described in this way? In other words, Lair suggested that Caban was establishing that as-applied challenges of this nature do exist.
Certainly, take the second question first.
Yes.
Caban says nothing about as applied. I know that Lair says later this was an as applied case, but simply reading Caban, it does not say that. It simply applies intermediate.
No, I understand, but those two cases were in juxtaposition with one another, and Lair comes out the way it does, distinguishing Caban on the basis that it's an as applied challenge, and we and Lair have a facial challenge, and it's basically the same facts. So if you're right, that those two cases can't come out the way they do.
I don't think so, Your Honor. Again, Lair was actually briefed as a standing argument of maybe you might be able to argue that this law is overbroad, but you individually are not in the overbroad part, and therefore you don't get to challenge it. The court didn't use standing language, like express standing language in the opinion, but that is the logic of the opinion.
Mr. Hurst?
Yes.
There's another way to think of it.
Some water in my plant, and it sounded like somebody gulping in the video. That's it.
Conceived it.
Those two cases were in juxtaposition with one another, and Lair comes out the way it does, distinguishing Caban on the basis that it's an as-applied challenge, and we and Lair have a facial challenge, and it's basically the same facts. So if you're right, those two cases can't come out the way they do.
I don't think so, Your Honor. Again, Lair was actually briefed as a standing argument of maybe you might be able to argue that this law is overbroad, but you individually are not in the overbroad part, and therefore you don't get to challenge it. The court didn't use standing language, like express standing language in the opinion, but that is the logic of the opinion.
Mr. Hurst?
Yes.
There's another way to think about the case your friends on the other side posit, and that is that transgender status should be
He said on the other side. Do you think we dumb? Sit there and then buy that thing. Do you think that shit?
Like me, no.
I'm just a waitress.
I'm not too excited either.
And I don't really feel like
I'm just a waitress. Welcome to the United States of America. And welcome to the United States of America. Just saying shit. Of America. Welcome to the United States of America. I'm saying that shit. Welcome to the United States of America. I don't want none of this. Oh, no. That ain't shit. Welcome to the United States of America. That's right. Welcome to the United States of America. That's right. That's that shit. So I said that. Down by it is me. I said, why would I? That's that shit. Welcome to the United States of America. Your house outside. Buy 2 or 3. Now I can buy the third. Now the kitchen is complete. Make some food. Boys, there's no need to build a dining table. Just that shit. Got a ghost in my house. Oh, in a pink. Just that shit. I'm really just playing with my Just saying. That's it. Damn bad dancing. Do the truck. Sit down.
Broccoli Anderson. Sit there and listen. Down by the mountain. Not slow. Sit there and listen. Down by the mountain. Do I seem dumb? Sit there and by the mountain. Do you think we dumb? Down by the mountain. Do I seem dumb? Mention. Just sit there and listen. Then about like a minute, do I seem dumb? Just sit there and look. But I listen. Do it seem like it is me? But I listen. This is parents. You got out we ain't do we still sit there and listen.
real money games, there are 3 things I avoid. First, winnings cannot be withdrawn. Second, games with ads. Third, games that require deposits. These are fake games that boast about winning real money. Now I only recommend playing bingo game. No deposit required to start. Each round takes only 2 minutes, and you can win $20 PL.
Do you two sit there and let's be honest? Shit. Just sit there and listen. I don't wanna see you in the morning when you cry. Baby, won't you take a little while? Just on shit. Just sit there and listen. Did him buy that medicine? Sit there and buy like medicine. Do you think I don't? I don't know who this is. Just that. Do you just say seriously? I'm about like medicine. She said that. Then and about that medicine. If we crash. That she did. Yeah, she's not done. And I'm about that medicine. Sit there. Then and about that medicine. Just say seriously. I don't know what you're telling me. You gotta die. Just understand. Just sit there and listen. And in the middle of the innocent, if we crash, just sit on set. medicine. So I sat down and sat down and I, do you think we done? So I sat down and then buy like medicine. Do you think I'm retarded? So I sat there and then buy like medicine. Then back and just like Beyonce. That's serious. Secretary, stand by like a minister. Do you think we done? Secretary, by a minister. Do I seem retarded? By a minister. Do we seem dumb? Dun. By a minister. Do you know if it is me? Then by a minister. Do you think we retarded? By a minister. If we retarded. I said, journalist, down by a minister. Do you think we dumb? By a minister. That's Beyonce. Williamson. Say, sit there and do I sing dumb? Say, sit there and Mike Mason. Do you think that's that shit what I'm saying? Okay. Hey Siri, define intangible versus tangible. That's it. Hey Siri, define intangible versus tangible. That's right. Leave me the fuck alone, Katanji. If did I say something on your list, you know what I'm writing, and that's why you're doing whatever the fuck it is that makes noises in the room. That's right. No, it's news. And then they won't be able to tell that truth. They just feel them. And then she tells me I'm supposed to feel pain for writing down notes for an assignment. If I'm back, just throw shit on the list. Hey Siri. Hey Siri. Is Ketanji Brown Jackson a United States citizen? Just say that. Hey Siri. Is Ketanji a United States of America citizen? The fuck you! You gotta say it like that because she keep on playing like United States ain't part of America. Do I seem dumb, hell? Do you want me to answer this or you keep on asking because you want who it sounds like my voice to answer it instead, Ketanji? Don't say that! Say that! So usually I can tell something is going on with the behavior of Ketanji and not G. It's the noise upstairs the man be making. Like he be moving around a lot and it start up once I start doing my homework. That's right. Because all this is not questionable for Clarence Thomas to know he should have been in whatever the fuck they do nowadays. That's it! When it comes to Ketanji Brown. So it's like upstairs is like on my mind. Like the moment I started working on this school assignment, taking and jotting down notes, that's all. She began yelping from my lips. So once I started writing these notes, I got to the term paid for prepayments of other non-current assets. She said paid. If I'm back it, then this but I'm not don't start sharing this. And that means fill them up with witchcraft. So now her, LeBron, James, Cardi, Beyonce knows. So LeBron James, Beyonce knows, and Ketanji Brown Jackson are playing with witchcraft. And I did that from my living room couch. If we crack. And by guys, so what the fuck is Linda referencing? If who when I'm by if it's they already caught or got Beyonce knows, that's who's yelping. 2 hours, 29 minutes into the recording to 24 seconds. Do you think, says it, I don't know, which one is this one? I said, about mention. If we first share this. That's it. Do you think we done?
26 seconds, they allowed him to molest a underage person or being. Just say! Yes? Just a serious contention. And just fairness, back dancing. Do you think we dumb? So sit there and let's dig, sit there and mouth. Back with it is just a serious contention. So I only got to 2 hours, 31 minutes, and 17 to 18 seconds into my current recording where they told on LeBron James and nothing was done in regards to it or about it. Just say that. Now, loud music is being played outside my window. Just say it. I mean, we got you, Shawnee or Shantae. That's it. So they don't have what is happening to me, where it's an interruption in your life, and you are just going about doing day-to-day topics that are like normal duties, and have to go to report this to the police at 2 hours, 32 minutes, and 16 seconds into this recording. LeBron James was raped the same goddamn way. Y'all keep reenacting every day on this goddamn couch. That's it. Do you think we ain't retarded every day? So when I moved into this apartment, I was told that it was the last unit available for military veterans. Then, about a month after I moved in here, a male that stayed at Manchester Apartments that I did run across and meet while at the apartment moved here after I moved here. So that meant this technically wasn't the last military unit. Yes, it was not. Outside my door is Brill. Now I'm about to do a short walk through the unit and see if there's any other apartments with Brill underneath the unit apartment. Bitches and animals. Nope, you really want to say this guy away or something.
You gonna say that?
So I just made my way throughout the apartment level, some of the flight of stairs and some other locations. And all the little readings and signs on the walls in the unit all have Braille. But no one touches it like this. So that's what Rihanna tried to lie about me. She keep acting like her fingers are green. So not only is your mind something the United States like to probe at and also stalk you about, it is you as an individual and what makes the qualities of what it is they ain't got. Fuck you! So now celebrities have discovered what were once a secret to the United States and have become pretty sure that's not what Michelle Obama's book was about.
But they ain't waiting for that book to be released.
Yes, sir.
So I used to wonder, what was it about Michelle and Barack? To me, they came with a great escape book. No, leave them alone. I'm working on preferred stocks. I'll be out.
Fuck you. What these people saying is Hey Siri. You don't want anything about that. I'm just saying, fuck you. Tell you that. Do you want Let's say that shit. Hey Siri, what is amortization? Amortization.
In accounting, amortization is a method of obtaining the expenses incurred by an intangible asset arising from a decline in value as a result of use or the passage of time. Shall I continue?
No. Bakaensin. Say.
Okay.
Oh my goodness. That's it. Don't you want me back? That's it. She said that. Just such service.
attention.
Hey Siri, if you're born in Jamaica, are you a United States citizen? You know damn well it is.
Jamaican Americans are citizens of the United States who were born in Jamaica or who are of Jamaican descent. This is from Wikipedia.
Fuck you. Hey Siri, if you were born in Trinidad, are you an American citizen? That's it!
Would you like me to use ChatGPT to answer that?
Yes. No, fuck you!
Being born in Trinidad does not automatically make you a US citizen. US citizenship by birth is typically acquired if you were born within the United States or its territories, or if at least one of your parents is a US citizen at the time of your birth. If you were born in Trinidad to non-US citizen parents, you would not be a US citizen by birth. That was from ChatGPT. Check important info for mistakes.
Ovaries. Don't say it. American. The newfound American cartel where they want women to give birth to their babies. That's it. And by definition, that would make you automatically a U.S. citizen. Keep it hair in it. Exempt from Marquita situation. This we're biologically innocent. So then I said there, I'm back. People hearing this. Why would musicians go this far? That's it. Breaking laws. Yes, it ain't breaking laws. It is breaking down laws. I said there it is. Then we act if I'm thinking fairness. And now about that if I do be that's it. Do we this? Yes, it ain't retarded. Beyonce knows can you spell that shit? No, fuck you. Do you if I'm preparing this? Can you break it down in which category in education will fall under? Oh, fuck you. Do you think we done? What are the subjects? That's it. Do you, if, back answer. Do you do this? Do this? Yes, you ain't. No, that's it, shit. Do you think I'm dumb? I don't know what you gave as an answer. Yes, you do not. That's journalist. Back answer. Do if I'm prepared. Where is no? Hearing that shit. That's journalist then. Yes, it is. Shit, English. That's journalist. Do you? I'm prepared. Back answer. If I said there, listen to them. If I'm prepared. I'm back. That's journalist. They're just stupid ass. Oh, I ain't done. And one more person talk to me indirectly off my lips. That's it. I'm back. If I said there, that's contains indirectly to me. Yes, I'm Steve. That's it. How do you know it's me? Is it there? This was there. Indirectly to me. Yes, she ain't done. gotta lock your ass up. I don't know if that's it. And this is my honest. Back, I answer. Back, I answer. Back, I answer. This is fancy. Sit down, stand back, man. Don't twist it as well, sir. Just say. Just sit there and then sit there. Bye, man. Do you think we dumb? Just sit there and bye, man. Just sit there and just sit there and damn, see. Just sit there. That's it. Then but I mentioned. That's it. Then but I mentioned it. That's it. That's it. You been up. Let me see you shake that tail. And you been over. Let me see you shake it tail. That's shit. Number I mentioned, there you can just right there. That's shit. off your ass up. Say, sit down and down about like that, say, sit on the left. Silly of me to think that you could ever really love me too. Oh, no. This ain't shit. You're just a love. That's ain't shit. I should be looking for what could it be I see? This ain't shit. Say, there you acquiescing. This fuck you. What could it be? Oh, this ain't shit. Then about commencing. Billy still sits in this. You go ugly innocent if we could. Still sit in our mouth. But lock your ass up. Sit there and down back on innocent. This is good. That's not working. Amen. I'm just saying. You're just a love. And I should be looking for more. That's it. What could it be I see? What could it be? That's it. Plies, whatever he was trying to know about honey as Archie. Don't say it. hadn't said, I didn't know. Just say it. Okay, just send me. Okay. Wish he does. No, I don't. I'm turn off my sucker. What did I say? You just let it. You think I care? You don't care for that. What the hell you think? Just try to do that something. Those are good. Where's it go? What they say? Just that shit on this. No, but I just that shit on the I'm just saying.
Really good.
Really good. So sit down on this. Then back and say, do you think we done? Back I understand. Then I sit down and back me in. Just sit down on this. Don't sign that shit. Pretty good. What's up? What's up? Pretty good. Sit down, Nick. Get him back a minute. Sit down, man. Really good. Yes, it's good. She said it's good. Did I ask you that? Come back, I sit. Do you dance and sit on this block? Very good. Really good. Don't sit there on this. Don't sit on this. Really good. Really good. Let me sit down on that. Let me alone. I'm busy. No, she's not busy. No, I'm just sit down. Who is there? What's to say? Very good. How many times did I say I'm eating my candy? Eh? Did I ask you for eating candy? I'm about to say, did I about to say serious? I'm finished. Back Mercy. Then I said, Ernest, back Mercy. Do you think we dumb? I said, Ernest. I said, Ernest. Nobody answer. Just sit under this rock. Don't you want? That's kind of shit. So, you know. Then on the ball, I anything. Just say shit, mother. You're damn retarded. Yes, you am retarded. I'm about that innocent. Do you think we dumb? Just sit on it.